The unbreakable speckled band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band.
Speckled.
I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
Adder?
It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I've never heard of a snake called an adder before. 9th January. 6:37 a.m. on board the steamship. I didn't get to read the last part. Oh, anime.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
Oh god, it's Zero Escape all over again.
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Wait, is that a... What kind of gun is this?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
In less than 5
Don't
seconds.
be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
Wait, is that
I'm
the...
a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Sherlock Sholmes. Alright, dude. Was that the waiter that we just saw in the background? With the glasses? My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait. I can't move. What the? What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Uh-oh. So you woke up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. Am I framed for murder again? Again? You You found me then. Da. Wait, who says da? Da is isn't that German? Da. right? We found you, and now you pay, criminal. I think that is German. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe? Hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. Hmm? Oh, Russian? Oh yeah, that might be it too. Yeah. No, no. I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? It's Susato. Miss Susato. Ellipsis. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? Ellipsis. What? Where is he? Where's Kazama? No. No. They didn't. Ellipsis. Ah, you pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. No. You're the killer. Do not try to make excuses. They didn't. What? Kazama-san. Kazama-sama's body was discovered not long ago. They did. They killed him. What? No. What? Here in this cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please. Do not try to tell us where you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazama's dead? But he can't be. Ellipsis. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazama-sama's life? Answer me, please. What? Dude, it's just like Mai all over again. It's just like Mai from Ace Attorney 1. She was our mentor in the first case, and then the following case, she died. It's exactly the same. Kazama. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get into trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how easy could you come to England with me to study? Oh, okay. So that's what's going on here. Wait, but then why is she here? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the floor, it is Russian. I thought I was going to die. Yes. It still can't quite, I still can't quite believe it. I cannot believe this, chat. They killed Kazama. Are you serious? The dude. He was so lovable in the first case. What? Are you serious? I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd break every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Oh my God, he's gonna be stuck in there for so long. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians won't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Or, from our faithful judicial assistant, Miko Taba, you mean? All right, hold on. Judicial assistant. And from your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No. But if she knew what we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in front of it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe box doors once you're inside. I don't know. Na-na-na-na. We've been at sea for 15 days. Yeah, I was gonna say, how long have they been at sea? So wait, someone murdered him, and they didn't dock at Great Britain yet. So I'm gonna assume that the person who murdered him figured out he was on the ship. I mean, that just seems like a given, right? How can this have happened? Oh, they've only been on the sea for 15 days, so they still got 35 days to go. We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Damn. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. You don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. Ouch. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Ellipsis. What about Herlock Sholmes? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Ellipsis. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is find out what really happened. Dun, 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 dun. Kazama's death about the incident. Wait, isn't that the same thing? Okay. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. Ellipsis. And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazama's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped from these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Wait, didn't they not? Wait, no. Did Herlock Sholmes, did he say it was me? Is that what happened? How did they get inside? Well, I mean, the bolt on the door is broken, so I assume they bust the door open. You can see it's off the hinges. Hey, what's going on, Hate Boy? Happy Taco Tuesday. Ellipsis. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please. Susato-san. You have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analyzed experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Oh, okay, so we get to do both eventually. Can we move around? No. What is this? It looks like a thumbnail of some kind. And it's purple. And there's like a trophy here, or that looks like a trophy. What else do we notice that's kind of out of place? We got blood on the ground. This looks like a chair that was broken. Or not a chair, something that holds a book. And we got a candle stand moved over. The hinges are broken on the door, but I assume that's because they bust the door open, but that would be too obvious. The killer who did it had to obviously have a way of being able to get out. And this right here. About the incident. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazama? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he didn't come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... There was Kazama-san collapsed on the floor. Oh, we got ink. And then he wrote something. There. Okay. Ellipsis. Damn, that sucks. Okay. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I have no idea I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now, I've told you everything I know. So, it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, all right. Oh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Wait, that's 2 questions. Stowaway last night. Stowaway. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Da-da. Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazama-san's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Ellipsis. Yes, of course. Kazama invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazama. Why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Ellipsis. I guess because he believes that I'm gonna be a good lawyer and that's the best place for me to be. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of culture and development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Ellipsis? Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Question mark? I assume that he's starting to question his own ability of being a lawyer, is what I assume. That's the idea I'm getting here. That he thought he would be an excellent lawyer, but then during that case, he thinks not so much. So he wants Ryu to become the lawyer that he wanted to be. That's the idea I'm getting. Kazama-sama is... He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something still is bothering me a little. He wouldn't answer his question. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Yeah, he looks sad. Like he has, you know, either he's down about himself or there's something negative he knows or something. Probably he's down on himself. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowawaying on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazama-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Thanks for waiting patiently, everybody. Sorry, I was feeling very uncomfortable. All right, let's continue. Last night. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night in this cabin? Ellipsis. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Ellipsis. Kazama brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazama-san was killed? Well, yes. Ellipsis. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd waken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head is still throbbing like anything. Oh, so his head throbbing is probably why he was out for so long. Really? Ellipsis. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done it. Ugh. Zama, I don't understand why. Why did this have to happen? Ugh, I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazama was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? Investigate? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. Bingo. Exactly. Exactly. Who didn't see that coming? Oh. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Hello? You guys hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 89, 34, 56, 78, 35, 35. Da, 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 da. I guess not. Well, shit. Okay. I'll refresh chat. Maybe that will work. Says I'm connected. You guys hear me now? Oh, hey, there it goes. Hey, you can hear me? Hey, all right, sweet. I guess my internet went out for like a minute or two. Yeah, I think my it looks like my internet went out because OBS disconnected, and then I tried to get on the internet on my phone, and that went out as well. So I guess my internet went out. But we back. I didn't advance that far, I don't think. I don't know the exact moment it cut out, but I don't think I advanced that far at all. I think I noticed it pretty early. Yeah, I think I noticed it pretty early. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome, crazy old gamer. Happy Taco Tuesday to you. Hope you're doing all right. Having a nice Tuesday. Had a nice Monday. Da-da-da-da-da. Well, that like never happens ever. That was weird. Do I have to redo the? No, the captions are still working, are they? Yeah, it looks like they're still working. Cool. Okay. I'm going to work out who took Kazama's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Damn. Hiya. Whoa, what the? Oh shit, she just judo throwed me. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? A martial arts form? What martial arts form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. Ellipsis. I have to get Susanto-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Kazama would stick this over the door of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure Russian crew can actually read it. Are you able to examine this stuff? Can we tilt it over? Oh, he does this by himself now? You can see the remnants of glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe door. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents a precise ration. So that's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Okay, I guess that's not it. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kusama reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. Okay, I guess that's not it, but I think this is what she wants to see.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazama always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the crew steward or other crew members decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe's door before he opened it. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazama. Nice. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Well, even if you are sprawled, helpless on the floor, I could see Kazama-san thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? No. I'm sorry, no. I knew it. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjure trick to put the sign back into position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you invest as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. All right, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should start making an investigation in here. I should start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazama, I swear. I'll avenge your death. Oh, okay, cool. So we got this again. Can I? Okay, cool. Are we able to move? No? Present, move, converse. Okay. Hey, Snowy. Hey, good to see ya. Happy Taco Tuesday to ya. Welcome in. And yo, hey, Cut. Happy Taco Tuesday to you as well, amigo. Welcome to the stream, both of you. Let's see. Examine. How do I? Ah. You know, like, it's just like the old one. This is, yes, the bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Britain, Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interests of culture research, obviously. Nothing happens. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Lowly? No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh dear. That won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? The handcuffs? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? What do you mean? Oh, she means, oh, that. Oh, okay. I'm sure you're careful to look all around using B&M, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. You mean even though I investigated this, which requires me to expand my field of vision? It's some 2 weeks since we sailed from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yes, I did basically live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. Ellipsis. No, sadly not. Ellipsis. Oh, nice. They have a little check mark. Oh, that's beautiful. If you've already investigated something, that is a nice quality of life upgrade if I've ever seen one. Oh, that's really nice. So you don't sit there and keep checking the same stuff over and over again. Nice. Think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator? A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin? Isn't that a little odd? How do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must be connected to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear too. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, I'm surely it should be connected to outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that the rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Okay, so this links to another cabin. That's already sus. That's already very sus. Huh. Okay, so the chair is nothing. This is where dear Kazama-sama would have sit whenever he was writing. London's diary. Poor Kazama. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? So, if he was in the middle of writing, that means his body was facing forward. And his back was to the person who got him came from behind him. Because they definitely didn't open the door because the door was bolted shut. So what's another way inside? Through the vent that goes into the next room. And then you would catch him off guard too, because you would have... There's no, like, you would beat him up too. Well, there is blood. It's on the ground. There's a smear of blood on the ground. It's pretty big too. It's like considerably pretty big. So I thought it was ink. No, there's ink and blood. Or I think. There also looks like something that's like a toenail or a fingernail. Or something like that. But yeah, I mean, the point, he's looking forward. He's looking forward, so if they would have opened the door from the right, he would have been able to see it and hear it before any of this happened. So, not to say that the candle can't get knocked down either, but he's a pretty capable guy. He would have rushed to his sword ASAP. Or he would have had his sword near him. So, he's also not someone easy to take down. So you got to get the jump on him. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya. Wait, why did she judo throw me again? Are you... that's out of the question. What? Kazama-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it says something important, something relevant to the case? Ellipsis. All right. I won't read it. Okay, she's being incredibly impossible right now. Poor Kazama-sama. I don't think prying into people's personal matters. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, see, like... Okay, so this is dried. If this is ink, this obviously is really fresh. Because you can... It's still so vibrant. But that smear over there... Or whatever this is... It's dry. So... Yeah. It's this too. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Yes, I see. It says this way up in Japan, or in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I would have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't have been able to read it, or read. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Ouch. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than the Susato takedown. Alright, so none of this. The light doesn't matter. His bed doesn't matter. What is this trophy? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled the same way. Yeah, that is strange. And what's this? A statue of the god of sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked. Everything's mowed down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazama-sama doing this, doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhado-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I wonder. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like seeing a mess. No, don't do that. That's tampering with a crime scene. You dodo. You don't do that. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buraya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all the passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Wait, isn't a katana a dangerous weapon? Ellipsis. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Yeah, but he has a sword on the ground. That's a dangerous weapon. Okay. Wait, I'm not going to be able to examine the ink? Really? Did Kazama write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from his desk when he collapsed to the floor. No, that doesn't seem right. No. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dripping his fingers in the spillage. F or L. L-A. It's either F-A or L-A. He... I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't think this is English. Because, yeah, what is this? And then what is this? Because that doesn't work as an L, because this would be an upside down V, but that's not also that. E, B, O. Yeah. Poor Kazama-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naru Hoda-san. What? Then, what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Okay, so yeah, it's probably... Wait, who the heck is that? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh. How did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he's got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. That's something very unusual about him. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazama's desk. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Wait, what does she know who he is, though? Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expected that you've already noticed already, but just in case. If you press space on people when they're in your crosshairs, you can converse with them. All right then. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman into my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Salmon. Oh, that's not a nail at all. That's a bell. Yeah, that's like a broken bell. I think. Right? Yeah, it looks like a broken bell. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Broken clean in two. Does that mean he hit him with the katana? Maybe? The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little net Suki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazama. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like that around with him, would he? The mark beside it. What is it? I wonder. It has some brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Okay. Wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be, but alright. Alright, so we investigated this. Investigate this. Oh god, we got so much stuff. His sword. It's still sheath. That's Kazama-san's precise sword. Precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. That's my dinner from last night. A roasted chicken. It was really tasty. Yes. It was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. That's true. But Kusama-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Oh, oops. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no. Does that mean poor Kazama-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Okay. This is strange. All right, so the table. There's nothing on the table at all. The plate and the cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, it's strange. It is strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Oh, he must have been knocked out then. Because remember he said he's been having a headache. He must have been knocked out. And then put into the wardrobe. I still believe someone knew he was on ship. Or had to know he was on ship. I don't know how. But dinner drug? Maybe? But why would that leave your head hurting? He's said it like 3 different times that his head has been hurting. Usually that's associated with either a headache or someone hit you with something and knocked you out. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazama-sama. No. Okay. What's also weird is why this is on the ground too. That's strange. Alright, so the last thing... Oh no, we got the locked door too. Hey, Stereo. Happy Taco Tuesday. Welcome to the stream. When I went for help, the crewmen forced the door open. Yeah, that's what I figured. Because how else would they be able to get inside? The bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. Well, that's not true. We've already determined that the vent leads to someone else's room. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used the needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Wait, she just had a book in here? What? Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Why is she staring at me all evil-like? Ellipsis. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Alright, well, we got this, and Holmes, and this guy. CG. The Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazama. This is a calligraph. This, yes, his calligraph always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at these characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Ellipsis. Even though you stole away on the ship? Ellipsis. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. He sure can't. Ouch. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crew man makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Ellipsis. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have some useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Night. Of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I saw no more to I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Okay. Alright, Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me. Ellipsis. Did we see the body before? No, we haven't. No. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Ellipsis. Maybe I should leave him alone? He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Well, he's got... Whoa, what the heck? Greetings, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Ah! What exactly were you doing in Kazama's desk just now? Ellipsis. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Ah, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. What the? Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, do you find yourself in a most troubling predicament? Oh. Well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I... How I know that? Perhaps. It was really the most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam, for example. You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Exclamation point. You leave 16 victims. You leave 16 victims of assassinations in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Double exclamation point. And when the I don't even know what this what and when the boned B-ribbed boned occupied of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life. What the heck is B-rib boned? I mean, I get it. All right, I'm writing that down. I've never heard this word either. What is this? B-rib boned. What? That must be like some English stuff. Occupied of this very cabin, discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes. I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't even have one person that fit. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Exclamation point. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazama-sama. Are you serious? What? You believe him that I'm... Oh my god. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way Oh, okay. All right. All right. Judo throw number 3. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. You clearly saw that we were in Japan like 2 weeks ago. This is ridiculous. This is. How could you do it? Wait, what? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it. You see? What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deductions. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassily certitude. Hey, good morning, Rencon. How are you doing? How's it going? Happy Taco Tuesday, sir. And then more often than not, I'm right. Ha. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god. Look at that name. Sherlock. They really went there. Then again, they have to. It's England. Dun, dun, dun. I was wondering if we were going to talk to him with the glasses off or not. I thought his entire character was going to have... I thought that his entire character was going to have those glasses on. And I was like, wait a minute. I was just about to ask, who is this Sherlock Holmes wannabe? It's Sherlock Holmes himself. Or Shalom. So it really is you. The actual Sherlock Holmes. Or how do you pronounce? That's right. Hey, that's how you pronounce it? No. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Shelmes? Mess? Shelmes? Sherlock Shelmes? I don't even know. The very same. The actual Sherlock Holmes. Oh god. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Oh god. She's a fangirl. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Oh god, she's a fangirl. Let's see. What does move do? I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest by the crew. Not to mention Susato-san's constant glares. And now the greatest detective has deduced that I'm some kind of Russian revolutionary. My chances of getting out of this cabin are slim at best. At least for the time being, anyway. Perhaps I should see what the detective has to say for himself. Alright, let me be right back, chat. Okay. Converse? The Great Detective. Kazama's death. What were you just investigating? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one, the only, Sherlock Holmes. Holmes with an SH? I guess so. Ah, I see. You're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Shaloms. You can read about all my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, the Ron's magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes. Here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Yes, indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own short stories, you've started to think that you really are a detective. This music, I'm wearing headphones, and it's making me think that there's an alarm going off. Oh, really, Gray? I like the music in it, though. The music in all the Ace Attorney games have honestly been great. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your interference is backwards. What? Backwards? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in magazines. So you have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Wait, what? The Dr. Wilson from the... What? Dr. Wilson? What? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been, fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man serious or not. Deductions, you see, is, to me, a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. Okay, so that must mean like astute. I've never seen that word before, but I get the context through the sentence. It means like keen. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, barrels in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from his data in the blink of an eye. God, he is talking so highly of himself. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? As you see, I have turned both from absorption and for deduction and fame. I have turned both for observation and for deduction and fame. Wait, I don't get that. So you see, I have a turn both for observation and deduction and fame. Oh, okay, I get it. He's saying that with both of those, he's become famous. Gotcha. That is what makes me the one and only her. No, her like Shalom. All right, sure, dude. Have you managed to deduce anything about this peculiar case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. He was none other than the greatest detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Shalom. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazama-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself amongst their numbers, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Shlomes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, that's cool. So you get more options as you can. Okay. Mr. Shlomes, please tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? I guess. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentarily glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. I call BS. Everyone is apparently forgetting about the vent that goes into another room. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. This dude doesn't know anything about anyone's nationality. Kazama? That's not a Russian name, buddy. Did he even look at the body? Hold on, Mr. Shlomes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's in Russian. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh. Okay, so I'm getting the idea that he didn't actually write this himself now. I'm getting the idea that they moved his hand to make him write this, because why would he write that, right? That wouldn't make any sense. Unless wardrobe has a double meaning. Do you really think Kazama-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? Yeah, exactly. No, no, he wouldn't have. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazama was Russian, was he? Immediately, I considered... What? Gar-B-Rob? Maybe the name of the killer? A certain Robert Garad, perhaps? A grade? But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe, there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you. The renowned Russian revolutionary killer. They don't think it's odd that the killer is sleeping nearby, though? They don't think that's weird? Wouldn't you think that's weird? If someone died and the killer is literally sleeping nearby, that's kind of strange. What killer sleeps by the person they just killed? Unless they're like a total psychopath and they killed someone in their house or something. Like They don't make any sense. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Oh, that's true. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of Russian people. Our school uniforms are traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. She's so dumb. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message that I might analyze it. For possible hidden details. Okay. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Okay, so he definitely did not write that. So what happened here? See, the books are telling a different story, though. He clearly didn't write this on his own. Someone killed him and then wrote this. Because why would the books be pushed over, right? The books are like so far away from everything. They're against the wall. Why would they be pushed over? They wouldn't be. Not really. So there had to be a struggle somewhere else in the room. Because the way his body's laid out on the floor kind of doesn't really make sense either. Because if his back was at the table, if his back was at the table and the guy comes out of the vent, he's automatically behind him. And then if he gets the sneak attack on him, then they're not near the books, right? Unless they have a fight that goes all over the books, I guess. Something is very amiss about this. Yes, Kazama had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Yeah, that's right too. This is our first time actually seeing him. Yeah, we didn't actually see him like this at all. Give me 1 sec, checking. Right? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Holmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? Russia. You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Some Russian word. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah. The now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. Sordid details? Sordid? I've never heard of that word either. The more... It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Bilan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Shanghai came back again. That's where the lady girl, the one lady went. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. And last night, the young Russian was murdered. Oh. Okay. That's starting to make more sense now. Because who did we just beat in a trial not that long ago? The lady who fled to Shanghai. Okay. Since when was Kazama a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Shalom has concluded he was Russian because of what Kusama-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill every man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, vile Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh my God, are you serious? Okay, dude. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. This guy is like completely wrong with everything. Like everything. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Yes. The journalists clearly interviewed the man and printed all of those peculiars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes. Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Dude, you are mistaken, like, about everything. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Right. And what about the part where I said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversion activities in a war-torn region in Afghanistan. Where even is that anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. It's a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? I've absorbed all of that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been added into the court's records. Okay. And you may find the article on the back pages of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you. Although you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I can't help to read it. Wait, why would I need someone to interpret for me if I'm Russian, dude? And you think I'm Russian? What? Does he now not believe that I'm Russian? What is going on here? But I suppose it wouldn't hurt. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. What were you just investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazama's desk, weren't you? Kazama? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Okay. We see that the victim was engaged in pinning some text. London diary. Kazama was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writing. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not. I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what the Susato takedown is. Ellipsis. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Niruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. I get takedown, but the great detective that she idolizes doesn't? Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belongs to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the matter of what is the nature of the writing? Pray to be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smuttering, dear boy. A smuttering. Say no. Wait. Sayonara. Sayonara. Basai. Maikado. Nado. I trust you suitably. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So, what was all that showing off before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Shlomes. I'm much obliged, my dear milady. The final entry here in Kazama-san's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound at 1:23 a.m. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Okay. A speckled band. What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator's grill, you say? The man was presumably referring. Yeah, that's what I think. The lat seat there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Wait, if he knows that it connects to the other cabin, why is everyone saying that there's only one way in and one way out? Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazama's diary has been added into the court record. A diary Kazama was keeping of his trip to London. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. What does that even mean? So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am to stay long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We've craved mental exhaustion. Oh yes, I intend to invest. Oh yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Wait, what? What? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Shlomes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, you were looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. Hey, what's going on, Rain? Good morning. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san. What are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... After Kazama-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you give me any choice in rolling over part. What is that, judo flip number 4? I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we have in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazama to do everything I can to find out a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Well, I was going to say, what else is there to investigate? Is this, Hozonaga? Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crew man standing by the door. I can't help a feeling that I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. That is so Hosonaga-san. Yes. What can I do for you? Oh my god. Ellipsis. I recognize that face, but it can't be. He's still coughing up blood. Oh my god. Are you serious? What is he doing here, though? It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped? Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go uncover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Oh my god, are you serious? He's an undercover waiter first, now he's an undercover sailor. This game. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I had never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. What the heck is he doing here? Of all people. Let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. Like, what is... I guess this is going to be a reoccurring theme throughout the entire game, huh? Is him just constantly showing up over and over again? I guess. He said take a look at the back of the newspaper. You'd find an interesting read. Oh no, is this old girl? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at the picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Shaloms. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Wait, disappearance of a young lady last night? Okay. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavola? Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing a diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Usama-san's eyes are shrinking like diamonds themselves, or shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Polavona and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailing the Great Britain. Wait, why with sailing the Great Britain in particular? I guess the ship routes, well, I guess the ship routes are pretty limiting, I guess, back in this time. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. I was gonna say, doesn't she look like the one girl that we saw that we were going against in the first case? What's her name? Miss Brett. But I guess that's not the case. But Miss Brett went to Shanghai, remember? There has to be a connection between the first case and Shanghai. Can we flip this? No, you can't flip this over. Alright, we already turned that over. Okay, so there's no swapping this either. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Derp? Happy Taco Tuesday, good to see you. All right, let's see. Converse. Special orders. Hold on, chat. I need to drink some water. It is a lot of talking. Or narrating. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Ellipsis. Wait, why did the music stop? I'm so sorry. Oh, is he gonna say he can't tell us? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Wait, what? His bodyguard? Ellipsis. It was the Minister of Justice, Goku, who pushed for his for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Osagi-sans reach Great Britain without being assassinated. Wait, why would he even why would he be assassinated? Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? Exactly. I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. The Minister Goku said we should be prepared for all eventalities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazama-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Osagi-san a visible security escort. That's true. That makes sense. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. Wait, but wouldn't the crew know that... Wouldn't the crew know that he's not part of one of the crew, seeing as it seems like they're all Russian? Wouldn't they know? Right? Right? Maybe he can speak Russian for all I know. Posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off of him the entire time we were on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. Okay. As opposed to like a second class deck? Ellipsis. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asanogi-san is dead as the result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help, now, just say the word. Okay. Permission to investigate. We're doing that. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazama's death ourselves. I like how he doesn't even question at all, like, that I killed him at all. You know, like, he hasn't even mentioned it once. Where everyone else is like, oh, you did it. Yeah, you did it. Yeah, you're the culprit. He's like, yeah, I know you didn't do it. I gotta find out the real person who did this. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Oh, speak of the devil. There it is. Literally was just talking about it. Yeah. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Ellipsis. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle on the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would be surely to snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Ellipsis. Would it be possible to give me something to work with? Do you think I'm going to need something persuasive? What do you mean? If you had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'll do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. Ellipsis. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of what you try. Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you've already had in your possession. Evidence. Just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? All right, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Okay. Present. What would he need to hand over Kazama's diary, right? It wouldn't be these two. These are like totally unrelated to the boat. It wouldn't be the photo, because you can't turn the photo around, so then the photo is only saying wardrobe. And it wouldn't be the paper seal, because, I mean, it's for the wardrobe door. So it would be his notebook. What's that? It's Kazama's diary. Just before he died, Kazama-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we were trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute. Astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins to the next cabin door, to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Ellipsis. All right, then. Exclamation point. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. Okay. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes. As long as you don't leave the first cabin, the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove these handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct order? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Sagogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. All right, let's see what we can find out. Hey, Grindel. Good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday to you. We all know that you're into killing and stealing, Aka, but I didn't kill my best friend, Rincon. I was asleep. Is this a different case from yesterday? It is, yeah. We finished the case yesterday. It took us an hour over English. It took us an hour over normal stream time, but we finished it. It was a long one. So now it's 2 weeks after that time, or maybe a little bit longer. We are now on a ship, and we have stowed away on it. It's been about 2 weeks since we've left the harbor, and Kazama, you know, the guy who was helping us throughout the first trial with the floating headband, he was killed, which totally shocked me. And now they think I did it because I was a stowaway in his cabin, which was his idea too, by the way. And they deduced that you can't open the door from the outside. So I was asleep while he was killed, and now they think I did it. So we're trying to figure out how he died. But I was so shocked they killed him. It's just like Phoenix Wright 1 all over again, where in the first case, Mai is your mentor throughout the first case, and she helps you in everything, and then literally the next case she gets murdered. It's exactly the same as Phoenix Wright 1 all over again. So we were on the way to Great Britain, which is what he was doing too. All right, so Kazama's cabin. The first class passageway. First and foremost, we must go out of this cabin. Okay. Well, sleepwalking is a thing. That's true. I have some theories. Is that a mousetrap? 7:40. Okay, so 9th of September, 7:48 a.m. First class cabin passageway. Okay. Oof. Finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazama-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in first class cabin. Even so, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in this steerage. Really? That must be awful. We got this guy. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous. Even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodations. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to ships by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazama's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside the little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitting look. Pittinging? Hey, Leah. Hey, good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday to you as well. And Cobb, welcome and good morning as well. Happy Taco Tuesday to you as well. Welcome and good morning, everybody. Pittingly? Okay. So let's see. Examine. Let's see. We got the ships section. Talk to him. Oh my god, is he huge? Oh, this was the... What is it with his face? He has lines on his face. Only his face, too. It's not on his arms. It's on his neck, too. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? All right. Let me try instead. Oh, God. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady maid. Damn! Damn! He called her a maid. Ouch. Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day. So, Sato-san? I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I'm a senior crewman, Beef. Oh, well, he got the name. What is his name? Biff Strogenova? Strogenova? I have no class idea. Oof, that's the best thing. Ugh, the best thing I just, the best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. First class cabin area. Mr. Strogenova. Wait a minute. All right, we got strong. No, there's no N. It's almost strong with no, strong with no N pretty much. So, Strogenova? That sounds right. Strogenova? About this first class cabin area. Strogenova? Genova is what his name is. Beef Stroganoff. No, that's not it. Although now that you say that, I wonder where that actually comes from now. Here we are the finest people. Here we are in the finest part of the Buraya steamboat. For very important persons. For very important persons. Okay. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow, I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osagi's currently occupied? I don't even... Is that duh? See you, Soda-san. Do you understand that? It sounded like duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no? Ellipsis. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Example. Well, look at you understanding Russian. Look, I adapt to any circumstance I have to, okay? I'm a self-proclaimed genius. I played Call of Duty. Modern Warfare 2, okay? That's how I learned Russian. Well, it sounds like there is somebody next door in the cabin, at least. It does sound like that. Good morning, by the way, New Moon. Good morning. Yes, it's tantalizing. I like how that you unlock new ones like this. I don't think it was like this in Phoenix Wright 1. Although it's been so long, I don't remember. Did you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next door to Mr. Osagi's? Ellipsis. His name is Mr. Grim. Wait, whoa. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roy Lute. Roy Lute? He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman. I'm just gonna go off a limb and say that's the killer. Because I'm gonna say there's a pattern that the killers are all these Western people. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of a student boy. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. I believe you. Sure. How can you be sure of that? Mr. Rolute is a authentic Western gentleman. Yeah, so is Miss Barrett. Yeah, apparently. Such a man would have no interest in a lowly student from a insignificant Far East island. Damn! They're just gonna dish Japan like that? Or any? Jesus. Rude. That was harsh. Yeah, that was. How could you tell us when Mr. Roy Lute came aboard? No, let me guess. Shanghai. Ellipsis. That is not your business. All right, this is starting to get questionable. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazama's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin. Not even felt like there's anyone there. Oh, that's weird. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? Ellipsis. That is not your business. Last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Yeah. All right. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Ellipsis. Of course. And you didn't notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Heat? Suya Soto-san, do you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. Okay, so either he's lying or he's telling the truth. And I want to lean on he's telling the truth because he doesn't really seem like a lying type. He seems genuinely sad. So my theory of that the vents is the way you got in is still how I'm going with this. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no. Sorry. I'm not sure. I could have sworn that he would I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Wait, I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. What does that even mean? He wouldn't catch my eye there for a... What? How did... Okay. This dude is weird. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report the captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, all right. Bulkhead, the second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the... Wait. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain? Or as English says, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Okay. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That was weird. Examine. Although, like I said earlier, he seems like the honest type. He seems like the honest type, so I'm likely to believe him. So if he didn't see anything amiss, and the door's locked in the cabins anyway, so the only way the killer would have been able to get in and kill him, because there was definitely a fight going on, the only way the killer would have been able to do that is through the vent. And he won't tell us anything about the vent, that room, so there's something definitely going on in that room. He also wouldn't say when the guy docked on the ship at all, so I'm going to assume it was Shanghai. Even if they're honest in this game, they're still idiots. Well, I mean, look, you gotta play it with the detective mind in hand, okay? While Ace Attorney does got that bullshit it likes to pull out of nowhere sometimes with, oh, hey, here's this imaginary evidence. You can still use logic to try to deduce things. Or, I mean, we were able to do it yesterday a bunch of times during the case, like with the, with figuring out the stake stuff. We used logic on the stake stuff and some other things. So, although they pulled out so much like late evidence in that case that you weren't able to actually guess what happened. You wouldn't have been able to guess what would happen accurately because you didn't have all the facts. The game just doesn't give you all the facts at the beginning anyway. So, which I guess is fine because it's a video game and it's not actually like a court simulator, but at the same time, it makes it incredibly hard to try to figure out what's going on. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a look through it? Ellipsis. The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably, that means that there's nothing to report. Oh, they want us to investigate this too. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Ellipsis. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach the handle of the door, that blurry seaman would surely shoot you dead. Okay, so they got guns. Ellipsis. But wouldn't the ship's log be with the captain? Yeah, I guess. That's right. Maybe it's like a section log. It says, the book says ship protocols, but it seems like there's more than one book there. Because if you can see it, it seems like there's a bunch of different. Oh no. That big book says ship protocols. So maybe it's like a section. Maybe it's a book for the sections. Because I'm just gonna go on a wild limb and assume, even if it's not relevant to the case at all, but you know, like say like the immersion of the boat, right? So there's a bodyguard here preventing the second class people from coming to the first class area. I'm going to assume that there's a third class area because he said it. Maybe there's a person guarding that door too. And maybe that's their book to record stuff. I don't know. That's just a guess. I don't know if that's actually what it is. But I agree with you. Captain's log would be... Well, no. Maybe Captain's log is the one. He's just recording the entire journey. I don't know. Oh, dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No. I started it with my talks of running away. And there's no way I could run away with Kazama's death. While Kazama's death remains a mystery anyway. I don't know much about boats. I'll admit. I don't really know much about how they work or anything. I still get the stern and the bow mixed up. This looks like a plan of the SS Bureau. It shows each deck. Look. There's this Bureau is a large-scale steamship with a triple skin hull. That's a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually. But how is that such a huge lump of metal? How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple. Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The island of Japan? The islands of Japan? Yes. They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of land. Many times larger than this ship. But they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. I guess. Okay, we didn't learn anything from that. All right, we got an alarm. And then we got a mouse trap. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes. That is what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Wait. They don't know what cheese is? Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Wait, they don't know what cheese is? How? Do they not have cheese in Japan? Well, I guess they don't. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap your fingers. The trap will shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You're actually you weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazama's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Cheese is a very modern food. Is it really? Relative to time, is it really? Like what, like 200 years old maybe? 200, 300 years old? No. Well, I guess now that... Yeah, no, I guess now that you say it, thinking back to... Yeah, I guess so. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Okay. But they're not gonna... I mean, I guess you wouldn't overanalyze a mousetrap, but okay. Alright, we got the door, right? Okay, the door and the alarm. I had not had cheese till I was 16 and moved to Canada. Really? A few cheeses around here, but it had nothing like... A few cheeses were around, but it's nothing like modern cheese. Huh. Really? You haven't had cheese since you were 16? Wow. Meanwhile, in Italy, they have cheese like on freaking everything. Also, more people in the world are lactose intolerant than aren't. Really? There's more people are lactose intolerant than aren't? Really? What? Huh. It's interesting. I did not know this. I mean, I'm not. But I willingly don't consume milk. Or cow's milk, I should say. Or, well, any milk that comes from an animal. What do you think this is? It's a very, pleasing shape, isn't it? That's an emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets... It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, bringing the vessel to a complete stop. I was never breastfeeded as a baby. I wasn't, no. I've had the wonderful conversation with my parents to find out that I wasn't that. I really didn't want to know, but now I know. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. Now his psychopathic makes sense. You know full well that that's not what the alarm is for. Yep, it makes sense. Yep. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be even in a worse situation. Ha. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you had to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Okay. All right, then the last thing is the door. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Oh, okay. Not our cabin. That's Kazama-san's cabin. Sorry. Your accommodations is your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is in steerage. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. Jesus Christ. 500 and... How many cabins are there? All right, so this is it. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazama-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerge. Maybe who's ever in this cabin can help solve that peculiar mystery. Particular mystery. Knock, knock. Ellipsis. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Oh God, are we gonna have a second dead person? Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Oh God, it's Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the wit is on me, I revel in the kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuces can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. It's Herlock Holmes. It's Herlock Sholmes. All right. Another dead body. Whoa, who is this? Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Wait, he has a piece of paper in his pocket. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now. Wait, look, his books are also moved over. Please excuse the intrusion. But, you're Mr. Grimsby Rollville, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard about me, no doubt. No. I am a great detective amongst the great, I'm a great detective among the great detectives. One who adores the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Oh yes, I'm popular, so you have to trust me. This man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctively heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. What if he's the lady? Or what if she's in our cabin at the moment? So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. What the heck? It just moved. Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? What the hell is going on? Why did that just move like that? Yes. The case just shook. Leave now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Kazama's neighbor, Mr. Grimsley Rowlett. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Wait. Wait. He's not going to force us out? What? He said leave. Okay, immediately I noticed is that the books are also the same way the books were in my room. So... Huh. I wonder if that's going to have some significance. They're all slanted to the same way. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There's no, there doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Rowling. So is the body in the bag? I mean, the case just moved, which is very weird. And they heard a scream of a woman. So either this dude is really a woman, or maybe she's in that bag right there dead, or maybe she's in our cabin right now. The bag by the door? He won't let us check it. It does look pretty big, though, doesn't it? Yeah, they won't let us check anything. He's just going to keep saying no. Yeah, talk to Sherlock. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Shlomes? But why did his case rattle like that? That's weird. You only need to address me as Shlomes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Shlomes, what were you doing in there? Why? I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, God. Oh. And it would seem that hour is upon us now. The time has come. This dude. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylith, is clearly trying to hide something. He has scissors in his hand, a piece of paper shoved into his coat pocket, and do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding spot? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Whenever this guy talks, my brain hurts. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Oh God. Here it comes. Well then. What you are about to see may well astound you. Here it comes. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh God. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian? I ask you. What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on the accounts of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? What does that even mean? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sloan, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on our first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all evidence. It bases the judgment. It biases the judgment. Sorry. Shh. Wait, why did he just backtrack like that? Shh. I must have complete silence. This detective is a sham? He is. Ellipsis. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Rowland, I have reached two uncontrollable. What is it? Is it incontrollable? Hold on. Incontrovertible. Right? Incontrollable? Yeah. Incontrovertible. Not able to be denied or disputed. Incontrovertible. Hey, don't laugh at me, okay? Look, I don't know every word that exists, okay? Fine. Incontrovertible. So that's just another word for indisputable. Undeniable. Okay. It took a while, but he got it. Hey, don't make fun of me. I'm trying to learn here. What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are able to end the existence of something most dear. Well, are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with the nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Shlom's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Slomes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. Yeah, sure. What? An inflatable twaddling. Or twaddle. Oh, yes. I've read about it countless times in the great adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deductions firsthand. This is like a dream come true. What the hell is going on? I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Rolette's face. He never even had color in his face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Shlom's conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I accordingly invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Hey, what's going on, Bubba Fett? Happy Monday. How's it? Or Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. I don't know why I said Monday. What's the challenge I'm doing? The challenge I'm doing is I'm trying to stream for the remainder of the year for 8 hours a day at the same start time. To prove to myself that I don't know, to prove to myself that I belong to stay a broadcaster or something. Because I'm always down on myself about being a broadcaster, so. Or like I could do better or something. I always think I'm not doing enough or I'm not good enough. So, just trying to prove to myself that I'm worth it by being consistent. Damn, they're really throwing out such high words. Yeah, compared to Ace Attorney, the original Ace Attorneys, yeah, they're actually throwing out a lot more, I would say a lot more difficult words that I personally have had more difficult with. But I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say at the same time that I'm the greatest reader of all time either. I'm full aware that my reading sucks and it needs work. So I'm a poor reader. And I know it, so I'm not even going to act like I'm a good reader. Hey, what's going on, Soka? Happy Taco Tuesday. But yeah, we should be on day 26 in a row or something like that of 26 days of 8-hour streams in a row. And when I thought of the challenge, there was 163 days left in the year. So, and yeah, a lot of the some of the terminology is also like old too, because the game is taking place in the late, like the turn of the century, between the 19th century and the 20th century. So yeah, a lot of the terminology is old stuff that I may have not heard, because apparently this game has a big British influence as well. Like, he's from Britain. We were going to Britain. The lady on trial in the first case was British. There's like this big British vibe going on here in this game. So I'm just going to go on a wild limb and say that we're probably going to meet Miles Edgeworth's ancestor in Britain if we've ever get there. Because I know before I even played this game that the person we are now is Phoenix Wright's ancestor. I know that for sure. So I assume we're going to meet Edgeworth at some point. Or Miles' ancestor at some point. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's true or not. But it would make sense to me. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. What is this? This is cool. Topic number 1. The old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylett, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place. The beard is the enormous pair of shears in your hands. Yeah, like shears? Instead of saying scissors, he says shears? I've never even heard of that before. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such a implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. All right, Sherlock, you've already lost this. Nobody in their right mind would cut away a beard that beautiful. Okay? That should be considered a crime in every country. What the hell are you talking? Like, what are you talking about? I'm jealous. I wish I could grow something this full. Now, moving on. The question that begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this this magnificent beard, Mr. Roulette? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Exclamation point. Regard, if you will, this morning newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roulette. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. They don't even look like the same person, dude. They don't. Like, the nose is totally different. The mouth is... You can't even see the other guy's mouth. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Velen Borsevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article poses an extremely copious beard. Copious means plentiful, right? In the context of the sentence, it seems plentiful. Look, you can't even see his beard at all. That is not a word that I ever use, copious. Never. Having, looks the same to me? Yeah, okay, dude. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. Alright, Sherlock. Thing is, if you were looking to change your identity, changing your facial hair is a must. That is true. That is very true. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Valen Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Topic number 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And that crime is cutting that luscious beard off. Okay? Don't do it. Keep it. Many men that would kill such a beard. You're absolutely correct. Look how full that beard is. Look at it. Look how the mustache lays into it to where you don't even see the mouth at all. Look at it. That is majestic on another level. No gaps. All full. This is perfection. And the proof of this crime is the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Rowland. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see? Propensity. Ah. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more elegantly and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein? Alright, dude, you completely lost me now. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'Ole betrays you. Alright. Once again. Wait, what was it? It was... Hold on. Google, help me out. It was coup d'Ole. A glance that takes in a comprehensive view. How do you say coup d'Ole? Coup d'Ole is a term from French. Oh yeah. It means glimpse. Okay. Once again, we need to only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Furtive. Yes. The reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages in this newspaper, where there is another most stimulating article. Are you talking about the one about the princess? If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novik ballet disappeared from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to one conclusion: that she's in the box. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nokolina Pavola. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. This is like all over the place. Thus concludes Herlock Shalom's great deduction of the Russian enigma. Elamitsky. How that was probably all wrong. I'm just going to go off and say the Russian guy is the ballerina lady. Ellipsis. Suisoda-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sloane's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Shlomes. Come over. Could you come over here for a moment? Yeah, look how thin he is. Oh no, that's totally a woman. That's totally a woman. By giving us a look at his body, of his body right there, that's totally a woman. Even his boots. You saw his boots, and he had leggings on too. Not that men can't wear leggings, but you know, stereotyping is they historically don't wear them. Or I don't know. No, they wouldn't have leggings back in the turn of the century. She had tights on then. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with these newspaper articles, I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. That's what I said. She looks like somebody who's trying to copy his look. That's what she looks like. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, will be able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Slomes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do. Yeah, that's fair. That's not the point. Another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old kid in that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? The young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A trope of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain... I don't know this word either. Hold on. Lethliness? The gracefulness of a person or animal that is flexible. Well, I know life. Lifeiness? Hold on. Okay. Add it to my words. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simply itself to contort oneself into a confines of a small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of the contortionist in the circus, Mr. Shlomes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. It is. Mr. Naruhoda, something occurred to me about Mr. Shlome's deductions just now. I think his power of observations are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Sasuda. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if you might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives.
I have concluded Sholmes is as much a great detective as AKA is an AI.
That means I'm a terrible AI. Yes! Yes! I'm an awful AI. That proves the chat that I'm not an AI now. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. That I am not... I am a total normal human. Yes. Totally normal human. Here. Over here. Being an awful AI, he admits it. No, I'm a total normal human. Look, would an AI be bad at English? I mean, come on. An AI would not be bad at English. Come on. AI would be perfect at English. So... it proves you're an awful AI. No, I'm not. Thank you for the 100 bits. You should be all right. Akka sounds like a good goal. Yeah, Boba Fett. I don't think it's a bad goal. I mean, it helps me stay consistent, which I'm always trying to work on, but I'm just very hard on myself in life. Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Shalom's great deductions. Oh, this is cool. This is different. I like this. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. The ego on this guy is incredible. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Hi, Psycho Sloth, by the way. Good morning. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists. The cuffs? What the? What? Huh? When did these get off? Where are my handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Slomes, you are a marvel. Yeah, that was pretty good. Damn, Shloom should change his career to a thief. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Shlomes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacle. Oh, that's cool. That was really cool how it switched. The man's identity. How is this going to work? So this dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roulette, obviously what catches the eye at first glance is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? You wouldn't, no. Only if you're desperate. I doubt that's something I'd ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roulette either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roulette. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shlome's deductions better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roulette really going to use those enormous shears for? Let me guess, the paper? What is this? Yeah, what is this? It's like connected to his hair. That can't be his hair, is it? What is that? Oh. That is hair. No, that's hair. Because remember, this is a girl. That's her hair. Or I'm guessing it. I'm guessing it's a girl. Thick hat. Golden locks. Yes. She's gonna cut off her hair. What the? What's this? So it's a wig? Yeah, she's posing as a guy. So it looks like a charade of it looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is what it's doing on the back of Mr. Roulette's head. Wait a minute though. Wait. Okay, so two questions though. One, why did the case shake? Oh, you know what? No. I think I know why the case shook. Because there's a mouse in it. That's why she screamed. That's exactly why she screamed. Because there was a mouse. And she put the mouse in the case. Because why would, like, that box wouldn't move unless there's something alive in it. Or something mechanical making it force the move. But this is the turn of the century, and that wouldn't be common stuff. So, yeah, that has to be the whole situation here. She was probably scared because the mouse came in, and that's why she screamed. The point is, electric toothbrush. The point is, what is it doing on the back of Mr. Rowlett's head? And how's it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. It is stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. It's the hair.
Yes!
Yeah, the hair. You were on the verge of using shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Ellipsis. Or exclamation point. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and the sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected. The question then begged is, why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Explanation point. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No, it's about the article on the back. She's the ballerina. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? What are you why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. I'm off to work. Have an awesome Taco Tuesday. Chat Naka. Hey, you too, Rencon. Have a nice rest of your day, and thanks for dropping by to stream today. I'll most likely see you tomorrow. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in you look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Shlomes. I'm just doing what we agreed, and I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sloane's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true. Given Mr. Rowlett is actually a woman. Exactly. He or she can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because of the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Well, let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needs to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. All right, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The article about the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. The renowned prima ballerina Novovich of Novovich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nicola Pavola. Almost killed herself. Jeez. Ellipsis. I knew it. You could tell by how slender she was. There she is. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nicola Pavola. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Solved. Oh, wait, that was only number 1. Oh. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most groovious crime. Ellipsis. And the proof of this crime, over there. Ah, yes, Miss Pavola. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more elegantly and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance. Now that's a mouth. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is a ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No. That's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ha! I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhoda-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Shlomes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Let's see. Look what do we got here? What do we got here?
Yes!
The tiara. The proof of your crime is surely is this tiara. Ah. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballerina, is it not? Yep. Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. It's not like I was having fun, Cobb. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Yeah! Ellipsis. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do I say, an arrow of Perussia? Perussia? What is that? I have no what that... Does anyone in chat know what that means? That's a Jarl, right? A Jarl? It belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old. And she's a runaway all by herself. She must be extremely lonely. A traveling case? Ellipsis. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It's because there's a mouse in their homes. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavola? Just say it. My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I ever laid eyes on them. Oh, here he goes. Here he goes. Dear me. What is it, great detective? What is it? You are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de... How do you pronounce this again? Coup d'eil betrays you. Once again, we need only to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the bookshelves. Okay, this one's completely new. He completely changed the tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Slomes is adopting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelves into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pravola certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she wouldn't open her. She won't open her case, and it must be somewhere in the same area. If that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hiding inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. What? What? Cabin door. Am I able to move this even? Can I move it down? No. No, I can't. Huh. What could it be? Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on. Oh no, no, no! It's written on the rules of passage.
Yes!
Yeah, the rules of passage. Duh. Because they said, oh no, I'm wrong. No, the reason she doesn't want to open the case, it's not because it's a rat. It's because she has a dog or an animal in there. Yeah, because the rule on the rule of passage. But then why did she scream? The rat makes more sense than why she screamed. All right. Yo, you stay safe, crazy old gamer. Maybe she got bit? I guess. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. She has a pet. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage of this vessel. The pet. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Aye. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous items would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pravola. Inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. They are having way too much fun with this. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solved. Deduction completed. Elementary. Oh my god. That is awesome. I love it. So clearly you aren't who you say you were. No. I am not Grimsby Roylet. My real name is Nucolina Parvola. Everything you said was correct. You were scorned during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Baraya is a huge steamboat with vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Wait, though. Wait. How did she get on board if she was already dressed up as an old man? Because she had to be given this room by someone. So they didn't notice her long hair? Maybe they know that. Maybe they already know that she's a fake. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. A personal recommendation is to leave well alone. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinking of a bell. Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. She couldn't have come in with the costume if the hair was visible like that. It was too obvious from the back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but she had to do that because how was she to have got assigned this room? Right? She would have had to come on the ship dressed up as the man. Somehow provided identity papers or something, maybe. I don't know. And be assigned this room. Because, this is a first-class room. Which is saved for, famous people or politicians or, people of importance. So she would have had to prove that at some point. Unless this is just going to be one of those, video game things where, it just happened. More like full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away from Shanghai. I was sure they would have come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, discuss myself? So no one would recognize me? Disguise myself. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man I see. I put on the fur hat and the fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. That's why she screamed? Because she saw herself in the newspaper? That's not a reason to scream. But, alright, whatever. That's not a reason to scream at all. Not at all. You think that's a reason to scream? I call it BS. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. Well, I mean, it fooled a lot of people, so I decided to cut all my hair as hastily as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand, and they must have just docked at Shanghai then. Not that long ago. Yeah, it couldn't be that long ago. At this precise moment, we walked in, though. The annoyingly unlocked door. Why was their door unlocked, though? Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? She said she put her costume on in the room. Someone must have helped her then. She said that? I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember catching that. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Someone said the trunk was a revolutionary, and I said a revolutionary that left 16 people in its wake. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? We already know it's a pet. You were right. It's my dear friend inside, the only friend in the world, in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I'll tell you. I will tell you. Yeah, because she's the only room that connects to the other room. So if someone murdered him, they would have had to come through her room. Well, Mr. Naruhoda? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shalom? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shalom's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Prevola has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My shackles are back on. Ah, your hands. You're cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Ugh. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over. There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhoda. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't be. Really? Can it really? Anyways, let's listen to what Miss Prevola has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazama-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Yeah, I was gonna. Okay. All right, now we're gonna be able to examine her room. Okay. I think that long hair hanging out was because she took it out as she was trying to cut it. So she simply had no time to stuff it back in the hat. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah. Let's see. Converse. What happened last night? In the hat or in the coat? You would think the coat would be easier, but maybe she had it in the hat. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why you were trying to find out what happened. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engines exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened. Miss Pervola, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. I believe her. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Oh, is that supposed to be how Phoenix Wright gets... That's supposed to be how he... Because we know Phoenix Wright is in America. Or... Right? It's like... They say it's Japan, but it's literally based on America. Or something like... I don't remember. God damn, I wish I could remember. But it's like... It's a fictional world. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. It's going to be rather difficult. You wish to forget. A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But that tiara is mine. I need it to live. Ellipsis. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stay, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself. Yes. And the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. Yeah, but they think you're an old man. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin. Oh. Well, that's different. Never mind. That changes everything. Ellipsis. That is indeed the truth. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pervola, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. That means somebody on board. Well, that means a lot of people on board know who she is, and they're also hiding her on purpose. But then that also gives people a motive. That also gives people a motive to either target her. Maybe Kazama was actually not the intended victim here. Maybe she was. Yes, it does. Yeah, that throws a wrench in all of this. Why do you think of what do you think about it, Mr. Naruhoda? Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pervola's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum. So that's why the dude outside didn't want to say who she was. Or say who was in the cabin. Now that makes sense. Miss Pervola, allow me to pose you a riddle. Ellipsis. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you scorned from the ballet. Now, That being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. Ellipsis. However, the SS Bora stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. Wait, that is weird. So, how is it? Pray that you've come to be aboard. Yeah. Ellipsis. Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside of the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. Yeah, that's true. He got very pissed. Ellipsis. This is not your business. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. An angel descent from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? That is how the Russian newspapers describes one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pervola is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said by myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pervola is going to tell us what really happened. That is a bit strange, though. So the newspaper said she ran away yesterday. Yet the boat didn't stop at any place yesterday, so how did she get here? That's I can't come up with any answers. Or any ideas. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. No, please don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they find my precious, then the blurry Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your cast overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? They may well, you may well ask. I have no idea. Huh. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas' friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. What the? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, you could satisfy the need of subsistence. What the hell is he going on? So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. It's a cat. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Oh, is it the book? Is it the book? Yeah, I think it's the book. All right, present. Can that pet even breathe in that case? Probably not, but since it's a video game, probably yes. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual, it reads. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. Wait, is that the tiara? Maybe that's the tiara. A speckled band. I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to his cabin, you see. And she could sit. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabins are connected together. Oh. Miss Pervola, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound, perhaps? Whistling sound. No, she's lying. She's lying. I don't know anything, liar. You're terrible at lying. Oh? Ellipsis. Terrible liar. Excuse me, Mr. Roulette. Yes, what is it? Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. The captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I'll come now. Ellipsis. What? You must leave now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. The passengers set out. Or do you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Provola's cabin, we were ceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway hall outside. So the captain, like... Oh, wow, it's asking us to save. Investigation Part 1? Wow. Investigation Part 2? That was only Part 1? That was like 4 hours. What? Holy shit. All right. Strovijanov gave it. Yeah, apparently he did. Holy heck, dude. And there's a lot less flundering now with these. Yeah, and investigating is easier now because you have the checkpoints, so you know exactly where to search too. So it makes searching around the area so much easier. Oh my god. 4 hours of exposition? I mean, as long as it's entertaining, I don't mind. I was entertained, so. But holy crap. I didn't think it was gonna. Honestly, that's a huge improvement. The checkpoints are yeah, the check marks for the searching of stuff is a huge improvement, yeah. Cuz like I remember when we were doing the investigations in the first game, I would sit there and constantly search and search and search and I have no idea what was the final thing I needed to find. Yeah, was it more immersive? Sure. Did it take like 50 like years to do it? Yes. So, I think it's a nice improvement. Let's see. 9th of January, the first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. Oh wow, it's just picking up right after where it left off. Okay. I wish we managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. So it seems like the captain knows who she is too. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, we don't even think about it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He completely disappeared. When did he do that? And he slipped away as quietly as the wind, not before ensuring these were secretly back on my wrist. Okay. Sexy sailor outfit showing off his belly button. That's true. I was gonna say his shirt's a little small. Check mark, check mark. Oh, this doesn't have a check mark anymore. Check mark. Check mark. I really wish they had a chance to look around and we had a chance to look around in Miss Provola's cabin. Ellipsis. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe. Maybe you want me to throw you out again. Hmm? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where the lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he has forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Wait, how can she hear what I'm saying inside my head? Does she have telepathy? The blue text is supposed to be my inner monologue. How does she know this? This is concerning. Just a little bit. That door leads to the second class area. Ellipsis. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she's giving me a very stern look when she says that. All right, so we can't check the door either. Guess we gotta go back to my cabin. Oh, yeah, guess it's back in the cabin. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. Kazama-san's. Sorry? Your accommodations is confined to a wardrobe inside. Yeah, this is all the same thing we talked about. Yeah. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Do I do move? Miss Provola's cabin. Kazama's cabin. Okay. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have something, he might have some new information for us. You never know. Mm-hmm. Wait, are we going to the cabin quarters now? No, we can't. Hold up. Oh, there. Oh. Oh, no. They beat him up. Oh, no. They broke his glasses. Poor guy. You're back. Inspector. What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe... made by a bear, maybe. when I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd trample me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Oh, God. I think his name was something like Herlock Schlomes. I don't think he was German, though. That explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What is this? What is this stance? This is just so weird. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. Wait, Herlock Schlomes is supposed to be like a German saying? Is it like a joke? What? Nicololina Pavola. She's in the next door cabin? Oh. Do you know who she is? Please. What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? I think her means Mr. or something. Oh, really? So that means like Lock Schlomes. I think you're reading too much into it. Who, me? He misheard the name as Herlock. I believe Herr is masculine and Frau is feminine. I don't get the joke though, because he says his name is Herlock Schlomes, but he's not German. What is the... That implies that his name is of some German-ish. His name is a spoof name because he's an idiot instead of a genius. I mean, okay, yeah, that could be it. But usually their names are like play-ons of other names. For the, like, sometimes. Not all the times, but that was only in the original trilogy. I don't know what it's like outside of the original trilogy. He thought he said Herlock instead of Herlock. Her is the German version of Mr. So Mr. Locke, pretty much. Because his name is Herlock, a spoof of Sherlock, he heard Herlock Schlomes. Oh, I think I get it now. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, chat. I think I get it now. So Mr. Locksnow, yeah. All they did was move the S. Well, that, and then they introduced her, which it's, yeah, Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. Yeah, now that you say it, yeah, all they did was move the S and add an extra R. I'm surprised that's not more blood. Oops. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabinet is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels do not go around committing crimes, do they? If now, I definitely upsetted him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I was wondering where we were going to have this trial. So I guess we're going to China. So I'm just keeping watch here. Trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? Oh, yeah. It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain this report. Oh, Kazama's post-mortem report. Kazama-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Blunt damage to the cervical vertebrae is what was written in the report. So he was hit in the back with something. Okay. Or his neck. His neck was broken. Yes, it would seem so. There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. There's no way. Okay, there is no way he would have wrote those words on the floor if his back was broken. All right, I'm sorry, if his neck was broken. If his neck was snapped, there's no way he's using his arms. It's not happening. So that points even more so to my theory that the name on the floor in Russian was written after he died. So did he try to see the speckled band and then fall and break his neck? No, I don't think so. No, someone else had to get in here because you can't. If you snap your neck, you're not going to sit there and write in ink someone else's name or some name in a language that you don't even understand. So that's just not going to happen. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no traces of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? No weapon. Nothing has been found as of yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. No obvious wounds would be left. Poor Kazama. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes. It is fine. I trust you. Exclamation point. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Blunt objects leaves marks, right? Though, right? Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I mean, it depends. Cause if you get hit with a slapjack, which is a blunt object, I mean, I don't think slapjacks can induce death, but it doesn't leave a mark, not really. Or look at his eye. Yeah, that's true. But say like someone snapped his neck. Say someone snapped his neck. Um, that wouldn't really leave a mark. Not really. I'm thinking if they use their hands, that wouldn't really leave a mark. I still think he was jumped from behind. Cause I still feel he was jumped from behind. Words spoken with experience. I'm just using context clues here, okay? Just context clues. I still feel that he was jumped from behind. There's ways of seriously hurting people without leaving a mark. That's true, yeah. Well, hold up. Hold up. This is right here. This could be a blunt object. Ah. Ellipsis. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. A report from the SS medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There was no traces of external injuries or poison. Okay. What if it turns out that Herlock Holmes is the murderer? Could you imagine if he was the actual murderer this entire episode? Honestly, if they did that, I would I would be like, well, I did not see that coming. You think it's a return to that poison in the last case? No. I mean, I don't know. It seems like they're trying to do an overarching story in this. But I don't really know. Oh. Mr. Slomes was here, wasn't he? Yeah, yes. Yeah. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. How did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish. Oh, does he mean the I don't know. I wonder what he meant. Well, the one thing they didn't detect because of a lack of knowledge of autopsies, did they say they looked for poison this time? They did say they looked for poison. But we're not in Japan anymore. We're on a boat occupied by. We're on a boat that's not. I believe the crew is. I think it's from Russian origins. I think all the crew is from Russia, or mostly Russian. So, take that for what you will. But I mean, I'm trying to remember. Hold on. No, oh no, Rain, no, they didn't catch the poison. They didn't catch the poison before for a particular reason in the last case, because it is how was it? The way the poison works is different. They didn't have the knowledge of the poison to be detected because it wasn't a poison that was native to their land. So in the lore of the game, or in the lore of the game, Japan has like only recently opened up its borders to the outside world for 2 decades. So for the last 20 years. They've recently opened up and allow people to come in and for people to leave. So their knowledge of stuff is very few in between. So the poison that was actually handled in the last case was a poison that was used by hunters in South America that the lady was replicating because she heard of it, or because she figured out how to make it. So Japan, they did do they didn't do like a open them up and stuff, but they checked this body and they did a poison. They tested this body for poison, but they didn't find it because they didn't have any knowledge of it, because it wasn't a poison that was native to Japan. It was when he was over there by the broken glass. Did you see? Shoe polish. Perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Slomes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Ellipsis. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazama-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish from Kazama's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? Okay, we got 2 clues from this. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. Where are we gonna go after this? I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Ah, no. Well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Osagi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friend. And truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. That's another person that said they've had a heavy head. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head is still throbbing too. Is it because they ate the chicken? Maybe he ate the chicken. A pet chicken? No, not a pet chicken. That was my guess at the start. You did say that. Yeah, because of the chicken. You did. I remember you saying that. Yeah. I guess maybe it's because of the chicken. Because I remember him saying, although she hasn't said anything about her head throbbing, and she ate the chicken too. Or maybe she did and I don't remember. So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word wardrobe. If that's not a trap, I don't know what is. It doesn't seem to be an unambiguous pointer. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you as you were sleeping in there. Yeah, exactly. So someone had to know that I was in there. How did they know that I was in there? Someone had to know. Who would know? Or how would they find out? But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazama-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? Yeah, that's a good question. That's what I said too. Maybe you really did kill him and you just have amnesia. Oh God, no, let's not go that route. Stop. Full stop, please. Don't give the game. Do not give the game that ammo, okay? Because they will take it and they will run a mile with it. Ryu is a sleeper agent? Stop. Oh, Rain, you weren't here. You were not here at the beginning of the stream, so just one sec. We talked about some news that happened yesterday, and I thought you would find it interesting. They are actually discontinuing. They are actually discontinuing the the Stranger Things chapter in Dead by Daylight. In November, you're gonna no longer be able to purchase it anymore. They announced that yesterday. So they're getting rid of Steve, Nancy, and Demo, and the map. For people who have already purchased it, you'll be able to play it, but they're going to be getting rid of the map altogether, no matter what. So the Hawkins map is going away. Yeah, they announced that yesterday at 10 a.m. That's crazy. Yeah, pretty much the community was dumbfounded because this is the first This is the first killer survivor period to be removed completely from the game. It's never happened in the history of the game. So it's quite shocking, actually. It is really such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean into two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick color mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazama's shoes. What, was there a lawsuit or something? Nobody knows. No one in the community knows. The best guesses at the moment are that either when they came to renew the contract, that Netflix probably wanted more money than Behavior wanted to pay, because Behavior has to pay to have the licenses in the game. That's why Original Killers to licenses such a big ratio. And I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream. Compared to all the licenses that are in the game, even Resident Evil, I would say, Stranger Things is easily the most popular IP that they have in the game. So I imagine it was probably pretty expensive, and they got it at the height of Stranger Things popularity too, when it was like, I think like season 1, season 2, because it's been in the game for 2 years. So there's some people are thinking that it might be that Netflix just simply wanted more money, or that Netflix is now starting to get into video games themselves, which is true, and that them having one of their IPs, because Netflix owns Stranger Things, the IP, them having one of their IPs in a game that could potentially be better and more profitable than their potential game is not a good look, or is not good business. So, and then I raised the question because either it was at E3 or a show we watched before E3, they announced that they were having a crossover with Smite, that Demogorgon was going to be playable in Smite. And I asked, are they going to cancel that too? And that was announced not that long ago. And they just came out with a Jonathan skin for one of the characters in Stranger Things as well, like not that long ago either, like less than a month ago. So it has to be something that was decided relatively recent. Yeah. Was Netflix the company who made Stranger Things 3 game? Wait, they have a game? Since it's not possible, maybe they can remove Spirit next? Yeah, I doubt that's... I doubt the original killers are never going to be removed from the game. I imagine they would just be worked on over and over again. I don't think they would be removed. If anything, the next IP that would be removed for any kind of complications would be Michael Myers. Oh, I have no idea, Rain. Maybe. Netflix has recently... I've seen articles of Netflix recently wanting to try to make video games and stuff like that. So... or get into gaming related stuff. So... it's, it was definitely a shocker. Because, like I said, it's the first killer and survivors, period, to ever be removed from the game entirely. It's shocking because of that, but it's also not shocking because if that were to happen, it's most likely to be IP stuff because they have licensing contracts they have to renew. It wouldn't surprise me that Michael Myers, Freddy, and Jason would be removed due to... Well, no. My personal reasoning for picking Michael Myers is because they acquired Michael Myers during the gap period between the Rob Zombie movies and his current movies now. It was between that period that Dead by Daylight came out. Michael Myers was the 5th or 6th killer introduced in the game. He was the very first licensed killer in the game. And not only that, Michael Myers is like easily the most profitable one too, if you can believe it. Simply because he came out first and it was successful. But Michael Myers, out of all the other IPs, has the most bargaining power. He recently has had he's had 2 successful Hollywood movies and a 3rd one literally coming out in like a month or 2. And all the other, I said it for all the other IPs. While Saw just had a movie a couple months ago, it's not really related to the source material in the game. Not really. Ghostface hasn't had a movie since 2014, and that movie wasn't even that great. So the golden years of Scream was 98 to 2000. And that's a long time ago. It was over 20 years ago. And Freddy hasn't had a movie in 11 years, and it was mainly seen as bad. And Leatherface did have a movie. But I don't remember when it was, and I think it was like 2014 as well. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies never do good, really. And Jason hasn't had a movie since 2009, but Jason's obviously not in the game. So my point being is them being in the game and Dead by Daylight is the same for Pyramid Head. It's free exposure, pretty much. Behavior pays them money to have the licensed killers in the game, and they're basically benefiting off of it by getting money from it, not doing any work, and then having their IPs still relevant. Because, like I said, Freddy hasn't had a movie in 10 years. DBD is the most relevant Freddy is in anything. And same with Jason. Jason had a video game. Sadly, it went under. Michael Myers is the most relevant killer in the entire game outside of Nemesis and Stranger Things. Yeah, everyone else is kind of benefiting off of it. Oh, and then Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head as well, because there hasn't been a good Silent Hill game, but if we talk about just Pyramid Head game in general, Silent Hill 2, that came out on the PlayStation 2 eons ago, and Konami doesn't want to make video games anymore. So for them, it's a win-win. They get paid, and Silent Hill is still relevant. So, and they don't have to do any work. It's easy money. Yeah, Konami doesn't want to do that though, because Konami doesn't want to gamble. Like Konami has guaranteed money right now in the gacha business in pachinko in Japan, because they own a shit ton of that. Or they could make video games, and video games don't always make money, and they're a big investment. So it's either, do you go with the potential money where you can lose your investment, or you go with the money that's basically guaranteeing you money with very little effort. They're gonna go with that. So it's more so like just business, unfortunately. But yeah, I thought you would like that, or like hearing that, because I remember you talking about the Scoots outfit one day. I suppose it must be from Kazama-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can a detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Yeah, that is true. They did release Silent Hill 4, I think, on GOG. I think. Because he's a great detective, of course. It is sad. For some reason, the community of DBD doesn't really like indoor maps at all. I don't really subscribe to that same notion, but, you know, personal preference. I'm personally really sad the map is going away more than anything else, because that's one less map in the game, and that's one more time you get sent the corn. And I'm tired of fucking seeing corn. I want something else. So, I'm more sad that the map is going away completely. If you own if you bought the chapter already, you get to keep it, and you still get to play as it. So they're gonna become like a rarity item. Don't worry, they'll finally release the Trickster map. Dude, I wanted Trickster to have a map. I want the twins and Blight to have a map, and Leatherface to have a map. I want all the killers that don't have one to have one. Cause give me map variety, please. I love the RPD just because it's a new map. And I look forward to playing on it every single time. But yeah, it's kind of strange. It was kind of weird because today, and we'll get back in the game in a second, but today they're expected to announce the new killer today, because the PTB was around this week last year, and the year before that too. So it's kind of strange to get that announcement before the day everyone believes the announcement of the new killer is going to be showcased. It's hardly a reason, isn't it? Okay, so this is different. I think season 4 is probably happening. So this ventilator joins the Miss Paravola's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazama saw something emerge from it. Had to be her pet. The speckled band, as he described it. I'm assuming that's the tiara. If only Miss Paravola had been able to shed some light on it. But she seemed as baffled as we are. Yeah. I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I doubt it. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Ellipsis. Yeah, she's hiding something. Plus, she's going to go speak to the captain. Come on. This is where Kazama spent his final moments, writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. (1:35). What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Really. Looking at his handwriting here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. I can't believe they killed him off, dude. I'm still shocked by that. I cannot believe they killed him off. Talk about building a character up and just... Wow. I'm so shocked. Kazama-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. I'm still surprised they killed him off, man. Yeah, he was cool. He was cool. I'm so shocked he's dead. He was a character with a future. Of course he had to die. Apparently so. He was a friend of mine. He was a friend to the main character. So, I said earlier, it's just like Ace Attorney 1, where Mai died after the opening case. You did the opening case. She was your mentor, and then literally the next case, she's dead. I was like, what? No! We will. Okay. We did this one. This one. The books? No. The Speckled Man is one of Sherlock Holmes' stories, but you could be wrong. I don't know anything about Sherlock Holmes. I'm not gonna lie. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if I remember. Oh, yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship properly. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. She would hate my house. These are the rules of the passage for travel aboard the SS Pariah. Or Pura? The passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. And pets are also strictly forbidden. So, by bringing her pet on board, Miss Parvola has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we didn't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this, it seems, I think. There definitely is. I assume it's a rat. Him? You. Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hazenaga did. The new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. Ugh. He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hazenaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now. Not who wrote us on. Morning, Chambers. That's everything, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's everything. Oh, did you change your name? You changed your name, James? Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the neck. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Okay. Move. I was gonna say, we examined everything, haven't we? How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. I've been okay, James. Yeah, I've been hanging in there. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while either. How have you been? Is it? Oh. Yeah, I just been same old, same old. Playing video games and having a great time doing it. Kazama will return in spirit form now. He sure will. Ah. Ah, look. Now Ruhoda-san. Seaman Strove and Nagi has gone. Strong enough. The brutally Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Ellipsis. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounds like someone singing. Tra-la-la-leer-leer-lay. I did it. I did it the great detective way. Oh God, please no. This Carolining. I know that lark-like voice. We'll never mind now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Parvola's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringling knot crewman comes back. I want to believe that's exactly how that song sounds. I mean, it's from Herlock Sloan, so it's Stroviganov, not stringy knot. Strovanot. All right, move or cabin. Okay. 9th January, SS, first class cabin, number 2. Troll song? Not so much. Miss Parvola isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. And she's not wrong. I suppose you're right. For Kazama's sake. Ellipsis. Not just for Kazama-sama. What do you mean?
It's Akamatzu aka.
It's Akanak. Wait, what? It's A. He said that so fast. I didn't even get to hear it. Hold on.
It's Akamatzu aka.
Akanak. Not AKA? True. That's true. Thank you for the 100 bits, Psychoslef. It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Nahiroda-san. By ourselves if we have to. Ellipsis. Yes, we will. What about this bag? Oh, it's open. Oh my. Miss Parvola's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Barra. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? God, if you would have heard that conversation before the animal part came in, you would have been like, what the hell are we talking about? Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I am right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe. When I wasn't looking, there's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. Was rather hoping we'd find Miss Parvola's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. No such luck indeed. I mean, that's usually where you do find the friend, is in the wardrobe. What else is over here? Wait, what is this? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Oh, do you think there could be a leak in the roof of just above here? Okay. What? A leak? This is a ship. Is this ship quite safe? I'm not sure that even if there's a small leak in the roof, I'm sure that even if there's a small leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? You're not gonna mention the animal at all? No? Alright, I guess not. Okay. Fine. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Parvola only ran away from the ballot last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Parvola enjoys reading. Damn, she went through those pages fast. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Now, what is this matter? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Parvola only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, could be either. Ellipsis. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to that one. You're rather abstinent, aren't you? Or yeah. The only thing that's left now is the bookcase and this. Is she gonna rearrange these two? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think there's a god of sea, perhaps? He toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazama's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pervola was practicing a difficult ballot pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? All right, then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. You're gonna Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't see things in disarray. Why would you do that? That's gonna tell her that you were here. Oh my gosh. All right, sure. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazama's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. You idiot. She barely hesitated there and gave it a good tug too. You idiot. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. As you rearrange the bookcases. So this ventilator connects to Kazama's cabin next door. Yes. Although, what a foolish shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there is a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupant of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Hey, have a nice day at work, Rain. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. You have a great day, too. Anyways, last night, Kazama wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Ellipsis. Okay. That only leaves one thing. And I guess the door? This cabin has the same simple sort of bolted hatch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from the outside. Maybe it's not a particular heavy bolt. Is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it's sealed up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspected me. All right, last thing is the rules. Maybe the ballet dancer's pet is a cat that grabbed the tiara in its mouth and went into the ventilator. Then Kazama stood up on a chair to investigate. Then the ship rocked. He fell backwards, broke his neck. It would also explain why the books fell over in both rooms. But then why would he write in Russian? How would he write in Russian if he has a broken neck? And not only how, but why? Why would he write the Russian word for wardrobe as his dying last words? And why not just write wardrobe in Japanese? That part makes it seem... That part, I feel like that's after he died. I haven't figured that part out yet. Ah, yes, they displayed in this. They're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins, and pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pervola realized that she must need to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend. I mean, I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope the seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. Wait, there's more? Really? No. No, that's everything. Oh, no. The trash can. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look? See what's been thrown away? Naruhoda-san. It's poor etiquette to go strifing through someone else's rubbish, you know. Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly. We have no choice. Ellipsis. There's hardly anything in there at all. Oh well. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, that was. Alright, that's pretty much everything. Right? Alright, time to get the hell out of here. I imagine they want us to move. No? They don't want us to move here? Kazama's cabin? Did I miss anything? No, we checked everything. Maybe they want us to talk to him. No? I checked that. Talk to him. Check that. All right, move. First class hallway. He said he heard something. Singing. Of some kind. Ah, there it is. There he is. Oh, it's Mr. Shlomes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something. as he sings to himself. He said he heard singing. Tra la 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 leer la la, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is he simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. The hell is he talking about? And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Oh my gosh. This guy gets an ego the size of mountains. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it. The great detective way. Sherlock Sholmes. Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. And I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as pinned by the stockingly built crewman who usually is on guard here. Yes, the ship's log. Did you find anything, did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blind by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off stand sentry in the first class passageway. He was an almost religiously. He has almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? I mean, there's no way for us to actually know that as the player beforehand. Nothing to report? Question mark? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habits of scribing nothing to report in the log. There are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log into your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of the great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sloane's brilliance. This guy gets an ego the size of the mountain. I swear. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. He's the third person who's had a throbbing head. Ellipsis. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passage. That's the third one. Yeah, that's the third one. I wonder if it's the food. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? She's gonna talk about her head. Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. It has to be the chicken. It has to be. We know she ate it. She talked about how delicious it was earlier. I ate it because I said the same thing. It was fantastic. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? That's the fourth. Who was the other person who said it? It was Hosonaga. He said it as well, right? He was the second person to say it, I believe. Where are we supposed to go now? He was singing a non-DMCA version of My Way from Frank Sinatra. Miss Povola's cabin. Ellipsis. This could be our chance. What? The blurry sailorman doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We should investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we would certainly do. But we could certainly do with a looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. That's all right. That's the last thing in the hallway. We've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Okay. Did I miss something in her room? Maybe? Maybe that's where we're supposed to go. Ding, ling, 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 ling. Oh, what's that? That's the alarm outside. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile far. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. See your soda son. Hold on. Ah! See soda son. Are you injured? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naru Hoda-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. Hold on. Hold on. How do you almost hit another boat in the middle of the ocean? Huh? It happens a lot? Does it really? It was foggy? How though? The ocean is so big. More often than you think. Really? Yep. The ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Uh-oh. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Well, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt. Wait, look at that. The door is bolted. Oh. Someone was in that room. We didn't bolt that. So someone must have drugged the chicken and had everybody ate it, and then everybody was knocked out. Huh. Gots to be. Right? And then they kill old boy. They kill old boy for who knows why. Write his name in Russian for who knows why. And then do the alarm. And then the door closes on its own. Did you do that, Suda Soda-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look, all the books. They're just like they were before again. Now, Rahoda-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I bet better tidy up the place first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what waited for us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Wait, why? To be continued. Wait, why would he not be looking forward to what's on the other side of the door, though? Oh, because Stroganoff. Oh, God, he's going to kick our ass. No. Save. Holy shit! Investigation part 3? What? Chat, I don't think we're going to be going to court today. I don't think we're going to be going to court. We have spent 7 hours in investigating alone. Holy crap. I don't think it's happening. What more is there? I guess, what are we going to learn now, though? Somehow the door to the cabin where we ended up bolted after we had an emergency stop. Suisoda-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Uh-oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Uh-oh. You. Now we're gonna learn that the Illuminati are involved? Yeah, it's gonna have like an Assassin's Creed tie-in now. What are you doing in Miss Paravola's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. It was a false report. Oh, how did that happen? There's dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought they saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything's chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crews are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part on the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. But who did the false report? Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed the button outside? Ah! You wretched intruders, dressed all in black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. Does Strovanov have a striped tan on his face? He does, yes. It goes all the way down to his neck, too. You opened my traveling box. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pravola. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Wait, how does she know if he's an inspector? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Ah, and he's a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chickens, do you believe? Ah. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. What is wrong with her? Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last attempt to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Why is she acting so weird? Like, why is she acting like she's acting so weird now? How does she know that he was an inspector? You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face would be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pervola's cabin. Now this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you the way to the ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stoling away. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. And well, enough. You are guilty. Ship's cell is the only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. They want us to ring the bell, I assume. Miss Pervola, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. I just need to keep calm and focused on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Hiya! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? What is this? What is he doing? I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, I gotta call Sherlock, but how do I get him? What the? He's just over here hanging on the wall like this, like Spider-Man. What is going on? What the? That's what I said. What are you doing there? I'm like, wait, he has her tiara on his head too. Mr. Sloams. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do? This is mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hooks before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if they would bend the conceited-looking hooks on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. The inspector. I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel. The steamship Baraya has been solved. By me, naturally. Now, why would she react like this? What? Really? Yes. I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deductions to the case. Oh God, here we go. Ha! You have solved it? Even hedgehogs understand this case. We all know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. When we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin doors are bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? She's acting very weird. Like, very weird. She was all for talking to us before and everything, and now she's like blaming us and stuff. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. I mean, that is true. By hand. You're all quite mistaken. She's acting sus. She's acting very sus. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh, yes. There is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes mouth while it gapes mouth open at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator. You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. Was he the one who opened the box? It wasn't us. So it had to be someone else. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Ellipsis. She's acting sus. She's acting real sus. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazama-san wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's really? Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? This is a distinct energy of danger. There is a distinct energy of danger. But fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. What the? All right, I was not expecting a snake. Not at all. We thought cat, dog, mice. I was not expecting a snake at all. Not at all. And why is it on his face? Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? What is it? Indubitably? Ellipsis. 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 Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the stripe band. Wouldn't you? Ellipsis. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? This guy is trying a 5-head while he is a 2-head. Like he's trying a 5-head so bad, yet he has like a 2.5-head. I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought.
Thank you.
Yo, Warhaven, hey, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 16 whole months. At tier 2. Yo, thanks so much for the 16 months of support, man. Thank you kindly. How you doing this morning? I'd say it's more like acting 7-head being a 0.5 head. True. Are you ready, Miss Paravola? Uh-oh. It's gonna be bad. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are 2 conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah! That chick is lying? Oh yeah, she's absolutely lying. She's a terrible liar. Good, thanks. How's it going? It's going really good, Warhaven. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. We're playing, Ace Attorney, trying to figure out this murder. Number 2. The same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. That doesn't work. No. If he was bit, there would be a bite mark. And if it was a venomous snake, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have that as a pet to begin with. Unless it wrapped itself around his neck and squeezed him to death. But we just saw it wrapped around that guy's head and it didn't try to squeeze him. So... Plus, it wouldn't be poison either because they checked his body for poison and that just wouldn't work. More like Ace Detective at the amount of investigations you have gone through. Seriously. I mean, it's always kind of weird that you investigate an Ace Attorney because attorneys don't do that, but you're not wrong. She turned white as a bowl of rice again. Maybe my theory is right, but Paravola was the one that wrote Wardrobe. Maybe. Shalom's must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I wonder... I would advise a little movement as possible. I would advise as little movement as possible, Steedman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend of yours. That long friend in your neck. Ellipsis. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot. The intruder's identity. Miss Paravola, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrible events, your aching heart smarts with pain. When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And is that very pain, and it's that very pain that evidence your extradable, wait a minute, your extricable? Extricable? I actually don't know this word. Got another word to write down that I gotta learn. Extricable? Inextricable. Link to the victim's death. So we asked, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a conundrum. A quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled brand. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we have? What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell onto the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of us. Any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answers to this, Kandari, even now. Hidden behind your back. Wait, what is this? Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slogged skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed his skin. Shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. Through the grilly, in a dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Ellipsis. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake who so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. What the fuck? That's only topic number 1? Oh my god. Okay. How Mr. Aragzi died. Okay. That was only number 1. Oh my god. What? Moving on. We come to the victim, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? Ellipsis. According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death could only be explained by a terrible venom. Wrong. That is wrong because the coroner said that there was no poison in his system, and snake poison, I assume, is a pretty well documented thing. They tested poisons, not venom. That's true. But I think this game is using them both as the same. Now, if we take that as a fact, plus they also, to inject the poison, they would have to leave a bite mark, and they also said there was no signs of wounds on his body. That would be considered a wound. There would be teeth marks or fang marks if he got bit. But that still wouldn't explain why his neck was broken either. Because after a snake, if the snake is going to eat you, it will bite you, and then you'll die a slow, horrible death, or you'll slow down, and then it will swallow you alive. But after it bites you, it's not going to go and break your neck. Like, snakes they don't do that. You remember his neck got broken, so. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? This right here. Maybe this right here. As an examination of the deceased, yes. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. And almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. This never happened. The report already told us. He hasn't seen the report either. Sherlock hasn't seen the report. Only us and Hasso have seen it, and the doctor. So he has no idea. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. I don't think you would keep a venomous snake as a pet either. Most people who keep snakes as pets, the snake is not poisonous. Because that's just stupid. There is no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Paravola. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntarily glance betrays the hiding place you've chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that linked you to the victim's death in that traveling case. And we first met in this cabin. It came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of the low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, wasn't it? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you would release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Well, how would a 15-year-old lady or 15-year-old girl, okay, have a snake that's gone under training to kill someone? All right. It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. That concludes Herlock Shlom's great deduction of the speckled band. Sherlock? I think you got a lot of that wrong. Ellipsis. Miss Paravola has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Oh my god. I mean, he's not wrong in that. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Shlom's has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. You only have one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Shlomes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, let me pull out my book. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Parabola used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. That's true. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? It's not the sound, it's the vibration. I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movement. Oh, I see. All sound is vibration. I mean, the whistle would be the same. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Shlomes. There is one other thing. You have more? The snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. What an answer. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Shlomes. The point is, even if the snake has gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. Wait, then how do snakes get in trees? What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Why does hers sound different? Ellipsis. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Shlomes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Shlomes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Shlome. Dun 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 dun. Miss Pavola, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to me. This whole thing is nothing to do. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Shlomes has read her quite correctly. Is that it? Could there have been some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Parvola. She's looking at her hand. Oh. It's a cat. It's a cat. She got her hand scratched. Is this chapter 2? This is case 2, yeah. Oh. Naruhodo-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recent, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Oh, yeah, that's right. You gotta present it. Right, forgot. Yes. When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed. And simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Ellipsis. Miss Paravola, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. Uh-huh. Ellipsis. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it's that very pain that's evidence. Your extricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel. Was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Parvola's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze. Naruhodo-san, That's where we'll find the answer. What is she looking at? Oh.
Yes!
The photographic frame. You were looking over at this photographic print. Were you not, Miss Paulinova? But let's not distract by. But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no! It's the frame that. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Look at it, so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it. What spectacularity contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic of reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhoda. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Sorry. Without a doubt, your friend. We can reasonably be sure that Miss Paula's furtive glance was aimed at her friend. It must be small enough to pass through a ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around again in the direction she looked. Oh, so you can't just present the object without examining it first. Okay. Look at the photo. Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Paravola brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. It is a cute cat. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. She also, oh, it also has the bell too. Look, I didn't even notice. It has the bell from the other room. Oh. So the cat was definitely in there. It looks like a little cat. Look at the little cat Miss Paravola is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could be with you, couldn't it? Naruhodo-san, from the for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least, Miss Paravola seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without a doubt, your friend is that little kitten we see before us. Yes. The scratches on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Ellipsis. Draka. Wait, is it? It's not Is it? It's Darka? Darka is my best friend. What a name. Darka? Hey, Ruby. It has been a long time. How you been? I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. Black is a darker color. And yet, the facts leave us in a Kodari. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, maybe she went to go wipe the floor where the bell fell. Right? Because there was smears. No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any. It has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answers to this, Quandari, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but fail to conceal can only be the snake's soft skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and tried to hide it behind her. Why take it out of your pocket then in the first place? If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have known. Oh, yes. Ploys like that are Mr. Shlom's speciality. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his speciality. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy, too. I'm doing okay. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Ruby. Hey, nice. Yeah, that's great. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Paravola hiding behind her back? She's hiding a cloth. What is that? I have no idea what that is.
It's Arca, not aka Pavlola, not Parabola. Naruhodone. What a quandary, very inextricable.
It's Arca. Snake? What is this? This is weird. Cat toy? Snake sought skin. I don't know what this is. Well, it is speckled. And it's a band. But what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. Long piece of cloth. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Okay, cat toy. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, it seems like that's what I'm getting to, Vic.
Yes!
It seems like she knew she was trying to get it back. Yeah, I've been really good, Ruby. I got no complaints. Things have been pretty okay with me. Yes, that thing you were trying but failing to conceal is a cat toy. Precisely. The true nature of this now famous spectral band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Wait, but how did she get it to go through the entire side, though? Unless the gap between the walls is pretty narrow. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Parabola attempted to use the spectral cat toy to entice the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Parabola, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a Bilifsome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Parabola. The photograph of Miss Parabola and Darka have been added to the court records. Okay, I didn't see that coming.